day. Then she walked in and looked my way. With just a glance, yeah, I was sold. My head in disarray. How are ya? How's your night been gone? I said, I'm not that type of guy, you know. But why don't we talk? Yeah, let me buy you a drink. And then she kissed my face, yeah. I'm falling. I was all in. Now I'm running to survive. You got me in overdrive. I'm running, yeah, you've done it. I'm running so fast, you love it. I hope this day it never ends now. Her pretty face has got me in overdrive. After she had me in her grips, then she let go and tossed me in. Just like a shirt into the wash. We'll never know what could have been. I want another chance to prove that I could be the one for you. How could you make me feel so good and do those evil things you do now? I'm falling. I was all in. Now I'm running to survive. You got me in overdrive. I'm running, yeah, you've done it. I'm running so fast, you love it. I hope this day it never ends now. Your pretty face has got me in overdrive.
boy try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whisper in my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, blowing the sound of my name in the crowd. You did a bust. Oh, 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 oh. You did a bust. Oh, oh.
This is your August gilts. If you have an August gilt, you're needed in the ring now. August gilts are being judged now. August breeding gilts are in the ring now. August breeding gilts in the ring. If you have a July breeding gilt, please come to the ring for the holding pen. July to the holding pen. So class 3 July breeding gilts to the holding pen now. You're being checked in. Class 3 July breeding gilts to the holding pen to check in. The July gilts will be your final class of breeding gilts. Then we'll choose the champion and reserve champion breeding gilt.
Well, obviously, as we get into this breeding gilt show, we've got some differences in size and kind and shapes and all that. But as you look at these four, there's obviously one gilt, the young lady's blue gilt, that's going to rise to the top in this class. Ultra tall-shouldered, heavy bone, sound, good and square behind. If I could change her ever so slightly, I would like to open her up in a rib cage, drop her rear flank ever just so slightly, but that's a good looking one that's heavy boned and sound and correct. I like the young lady's Berkshire gilt to be second. She's a shapely gilt that's got a good design, a good look to her. Fix her off her hind legs ever so slightly, well presented, lots of shape, lots of muscle. Young man's belted gilt's going to be third. Here's one that's just real complete, real sound. Like to freshen her up ever so slightly in her appearance, ever so slightly, just to give her that pop and that pizzazz that she could have. Really good design, really sound. Heavy her structure up just a little bit. Young man's pole and gilt here is going to line up the class. Certainly one that's got lots of width and lots of power. Probably that's not to her advantage in this class, though. She obviously needs to grow. She needs to be a little sounder on her feet and legs. Nice class. Give them young people a nice round of applause.
Your winners in Class 2 breeding: first, Casey Ford, Munster FFA; second, Alexis Beard, Era FFA; third, Carly Watson, Cooke County 4-H; fourth, Garrett Sugar, Callisburg FFA. That was for your August gilts. We're now getting ready to judge your July gilts. After this class, we'll have our Grand and Reserve Champion breeding gilt. If you are in Class 1 market, please be getting ready. This is your light OPB. If you're in light OPB market, please be getting ready. Now, the first two scratch. If you have a July breeding gilt, you need to be in the holding pen now. So we're looking for Reed Lawley and Casey Ford. First call, Class 1 light OPB. This is your market hog class. Class 1 light OPB, first call.
We're getting this last class, and this young lady's belted gilt's going to win this class for me. Ultra heavy boned, ultra sound, really good in her skeletal design and her makeup. Is she the heaviest muscled one and the widest one we're going to see? Probably not. Maybe we'll see some that are heavier muscled and wider, but the look, the design, the balance, the stoutness of skull she has, she still opens up good enough. Reaches and goes with a big rear leg. I like that gilt to win this class. I thought the red gilt was a nice one when she came in. Ultra stout, ultra big ribbed, ultra productive looking. Gets just a little straighter in her shoulder. I'd relax her in her shoulder, set her back ever so slightly, maybe elongate her up to her neck. But that's being pretty critical of a really good built, really good made, good red hog to be in second. Young man's Yorkshire gilt or Yorkshire appearing gilt. Love the presentation. Hair, skin, fresh, design, balance. We got to open her up, heavy upper structure. Nice class. Let's give all them young people right there a nice round of applause.
Your winners in Class 3, first, Casey Ford, Munster FFA. Second, Lexi York, Valley View FFA. Third, Ree Lawley, Callisburg FFA. We're now ready to choose our champion and reserve champion breeding gilt. If you're in Class 1 Light OPB, you need to come to the holding pen now. Class 1 Light OPB to the holding pen now.
Let's give all these young people a nice round of applause in the Breeding Gilt Show. I think we've got three nice representatives for each class. All three of them offer different things, and quite honestly, in a perfect world, if you could take all three of them and mash them together, you'd have what you would call a very, very, very quality gilt. I think they're all extremely good. They're different in every area. The young lady's flyweight gilt, we'll talk about her first. I love her, the way she's so up-headed. She's tall at the point of her shoulders. She's sound on her feet and legs. She's got good structure. I'd lengthen her hip ever so slightly if I'm going to get on to her a little bit. I'd like to just lengthen that hip or let her reach out behind her tail just a little further, but that's a high-quality gilt. Young lady's middleweight blue gilt. Love the extra look and that design that she has. She's so tall-shouldered. She's good skulled. She really comes at you good and square. We got to open her up in a rib, drop her flank, but I appreciate a lot of good things that she has. Young lady brings us a heavy gilt. Here's one that from the side, you just love her. She's so heavy boned. She's so stout. Is she got enough for you? You got to decide that, I suppose, as you get on. But when I talk about breeding gilts, anytime that I've ever judged breeding gilts, I always ask myself, which one do I want to take home, try to make the next generation better? Which one do I think I can do the most with? That's the young lady's heavyweight. She's going to be your grand. obviously bringing this red when we talked to her in class. Love her extra stoutness, her boldness, her dimension. Love her body. Would change her shoulder ever so slightly. Prettier up through her head, neck. I think it's very, very close between a pair of them out here. I'm not going to take a lot of time. Just like I told you in the champion, which one do I want to take home to try to make the next generation? Young ladies lightweight's going to be my reserve grant.
Yeah.
Your champion breeding gilt goes to Casey Ford from Munster FFA. She was your heavyweight class winner. Your reserve champion breeding gilt goes to Haley Lawley from Cooke County 4-H. She was your lightweight class champion. We're now ready to start the market show. We're ready for our light OPBs, class 1 light OPB. First call class 2, first call class 2. If you're in class 2, you should be coming to the holding pen. Class 2 light OPBs to the holding pen. Class 2. If you're in class 2 of the light OPBs, you need to be in the holding pen.
Good class, and I think we got a nice winner to win this class. Nice job. One that's ultrasound, ultra fresh, ultra well presented. Now, and I say, let me retract that just a little bit. For this breed, ultrasound, heavy bone. He's got lots of great dimension when you get on top of him. He's got a big square hip when you get on top of him. Love his extra stoutness. Extremely well presented. He combines all the positives we're looking for. I like that one a great deal to win this class. Young lady just kept working her way up in second, strictly on from a feet and legs standpoint. I like that one's extra soundness. That one takes a big long reach. She's got a good look. She has a good look from her side. She comes at you with plenty of muscle. It's her advantages in her rear leg that allows her to beat the 1 and 3. I like the 1 and 3's presentation. I like her back shape. I like all that about her. We got to fix her off her rear too ever so slightly to get her up any higher in this class. Young man brings another one, really stout, heavy bone. I'd like to freshen her up ever so slightly in her appearance. I do appreciate her forearm that she has with the chest. She too wants to tuck and duck just a little bit when we get down. When we get in behind her, I'd fix her ever so slightly there. Let's give all these young people, including the young people that went back, a nice round of applause. Good job.
Your winners in Class 2 Light OPB, or Class 1 Light OPB, sorry. First, Liberty Kirk, Callisburg FFA. Second, Courtney Nance, Valley View FFA. Third, Bradley Henry, Callisburg FFA. Fourth, Caleb Clark, Callisburg FFA. Fifth, Madden Westover, Gainesville FFA. Sixth, Marty Yusko, Callisburg FFA. We're now ready for Class 2 Light OPBs. Class 2 Light OPBs are going in the ring. If you're in Class 3, you need to come to the holding pen now. Class 3 Light OPB to the holding pen now. Class 3 Light OPBs to the holding pen. Class 3 Light OPBs to the holding pen.
interesting class, and obviously we have some differences and we have some things that we'd like to change on all of them in a degree or two. You have to decide what you're willing to accept and make those decisions. I like the young man's to win this class. I think she combines the most positives into one package. Is she perfect up to her front end, head and neck? No, I'd clean her up there. I'd give her a longer stride. She's wanting to get tight, but I like her freshness when you get on top of her. I like her rear leg the best of our top three. I like her kind the best of our top three. Oh, Screaming Demon over here, this one can go all day long. I appreciate that about him. I'd jack him up just a little bit in his front end. I'd square him in his hock, make him a nickel heavier bone, but that one is sound. He's very well presented. Young lady does a nice job. I want to love this one in third because I love the presentation. I love her hair, the skin, the extra mass and muscle she has. Unfortunately, that's her demise, and when I get in right behind her, that's just more than I'm willing to accept right now. I got to square her up in her hock, but I love and appreciate what this young lady's done with her from a hair, skin, and fitness job. Next one coming out, young man's got a really heavy bone one. We got to open that one up. We got to freshen her up in her appearance, just put more mass and muscle to her. Young lady coming out in 5 has one that's extremely sound, really flexible. She needs to be a nickel fresher. She's got to be heavier in her structure. Let's give all 5 of these young people a nice round of applause. Good job.
Your winners in Class 2 Light OPB. First, Austin Christensen, Valley View FFA. Second, Kendall Ratcliffe, Valley View FFA. Third, Annalisa Williamson, ERA FFA. Fourth, Aaron Epperson, Valley View FFA. Fifth, Carly Watson, Cooke County 4-H. We're now ready to judge Class 3 Light OPB. At the conclusion of this class, we'll have our champion and reserve champion Light OPB. If you are in Class 1 Dark OPB, please come to the holding pen. Class 1 Dark OPB will be after the reserve and Grand Light OPB champion. If you have a dark OPB in Class 1, you can come to the holding pen. Class 1 dark OPB to the holding pen.
Three nice gilts end up this breed. And the young lady's gilt that we win with, she just combines more width and power. When she comes right at me, she's better in her chest. She's a nickel longer in her body. That throws her balance off ever so slightly. But I do like her extra heaviness, her structure, her width and power when she comes at me to win this class. Young man there in second. I love this gilt from the side. She's got a good deep body to her. She's sound, she's functional, she's fresh. I just got to open her up and heavy up her structure as she comes right at me. If I could put her power and width, or the first place gilt's power in this one, and we got an easy class winner. Young lady coming out three's another one. You appreciate the design she has. She's got some heaviness to structure. We got a just like the one in second. We've got to open her up to her chest. We've got to get her more comfortable off her rear tooth. She's wanting to stab her rear tooth. But a nice gilt. Young lady does a nice job with her. Let's give all these young people a nice round of applause.
Your winners in Class 3 Light OPB. First, Vanessa Victorio for Gainesville FFA. Second, Ethan Henry, Callisburg FFA. Third, Natalie Putnam, Gainesville FFA. We're now ready to choose our Grand and Reserve Light OPB. If you're in Class 1 Dark OPB, you need to be in the holding pen now. Class 1 Dark OPB to the holding pen now.
Past experience tells me on this breed, if you take too long, things can get bad, and we don't want that to happen, especially when, in my opinion, whenever it's pretty cut and dried with me. There's one that just does everything the way they're supposed to. Young ladies lightweight's going to be your champion. Bring that second place in, and we appreciate that one from her side. I like the look she has. Got some muscle, got some blade shape when you get on her. I'd freshen her up just ever so slightly in her hair and skin, but I really love a lot of things about that one. I definitely think better days are yet to come. It's between her, to me, and the middleweight. I like this middleweight from a freshness standpoint. I like the extra shape that he has over her. I like the extra durability that she has. She's not perfect up front. She needs to be extended up there in front of her shoulder. But I like a few more things about her better. I think it's very, very close. I like the middleweight to be your reserve. Good job.
Your champion light OPB is Liberty Kirk from Callisburg FFA. Your reserve champion light OPB is Austin Christensen from Valley View FFA. We're now ready to start the dark OPBs. Class 1 has 6 entries. If you're in Class 1 dark OPB, your class is going in the ring now. If you're in Class 2 Dark OPB, please come to the holding pen now. Class 2 Dark OPB to the holding pen now.
Good job, and I like the spot gilt that we win this class with. That one's stout. She's got width. She's got power. She's still good on her hind legs. I was afraid that boy was going to drive her just a little harder than he needed to, and I was trying to have him just kind of slow down a little bit because I knew where I wanted to put her from the get-go. I like her extra stoutness. I like her kind. I like everything about her to win this class. As we get into that, then we start to see some differences. The two Polands, to me, rose to the top just in terms of overall design and freshness and their kind. They're very well presented. Bone, we'd like to stouten them up ever so slightly, but when I get right in behind them, I think the rear leg set is better than a couple that we got down from them. I like that pair of gilts for their kind, their design, their balance. Young people do a nice job with them. Young man coming out in fours got one. I love the front 2/3 of her. Just when I get right in behind her, I got to square her up in her hock. Nice job. Square her up in her hock. I like her front 2/3 real good. I just can't get that hind leg in my head good enough to get her up any higher. Good job. Coming out in 4, we got another good design one. I'd like to open her up ever so slightly, just give her more power. Same could be said for the 1 and 5. Two good design gilts. We just got to open them up underneath. Starts at the ground and goes up. Get more power, volume in them, and then we could move them up considerably. Nice class. Let's give all these young people a nice round of applause.
Your winners in Class 1 Dark OPB. First, Elliot Robar, Callisburg FFA. Second, Carter Schaefer, ERA FFA. Third, Carter Schaefer, ERA FFA. Fourth, Brooklyn Smith, Callisburg FFA. Fifth, Alex Beard, ERA FFA. Sixth, Brooklyn Smith, Callisburg FFA. Camille Buckaloo, come to the ring now. Camille Buckaloo, come to the ring now. We're now judging Class 2 Dark OPB. Class 2 Dark OPB is in the ring now. Please take a picture with your pig today to avoid doing it during the sale tomorrow. So please take a picture with your pig today with the backdrop. Class 3 Dark OPB to the holding pen. Class 3 Dark OPB to the holding pen.
Nice class, lots of differences, but the best thing about this class is you can tell some of these kids, I mean, they haven't had maybe the experience showing and all that, and that's what's so great about these county stock shows, jackpot shows. Every chance these kids get an opportunity to come out in the ring is just going to help them. It's going to make them a better showman. It's going to make their pigs act better. I love that part about this program, that these kids get the opportunity to come out here and experience these things. And sometimes they don't go maybe exactly like you like them to, and that's okay. It's all a learning process. And as we break this class down, I think we got different kinds, shapes, and colors as far as spots go, but whenever you land on one that just combines the extra power, width, still got muscle, got shape, got enough look from the side, I'd clean her up in her head and neck just ever so slightly. But where she excels the class is when you get in behind her. I think she's the most secure on her rear too. She's the combination gilt for me in the class. Look, young man's ground bounder. I mean, that one's got width, she's got power. That's one that just give him a lot of attitude. He kind of drove that into her ever so slightly, but she'll get better as time goes on. I love her freshness. I love her kind. She gets just a little extra wide whenever I get right in behind her, and that's where I would change her. I'd change her hind leg ever so slightly and her attitude. I love the front 2/3 of this gilt right here. She's tall-shouldered. She's stout. She's heavy bone. It's when I get in her hip, and I need to open her up in her hip, give her ever so slightly more power, but I appreciate a lot of good things about your gilt, young lady. Nice job. Young lady brings one out right here, really fresh, big-centered, big-bodied, heavy bone. We've got to reconstruct her hind leg to get her up higher in this class, but a well-presented gilt, good and dark in her hair and skin texture, get nice and well-presented, just got to fix her rear legs. Got one coming out here, you can tell young lady, she doesn't have the experience, and that's okay. That's why she's out here. It's like I told her, I said, it's just like being out in your pasture. Don't worry about me. Let's just drive our gilt. She's got a good design gilt. It's good made. She's sound on her feet and legs. Just need to open her up ever so slightly, get more muscle in her. Same can be said for the next gilt. I'd freshen this gilt up in her appearance. The wrinkles in her ham loin bother me just a little bit. She just needs more fluff and more feel. She is a sound gilt. She's got a good look to her. If that gilt will eat and she's got a good appetite, we can get some groceries in her. I think that gilt moves up a month from now. Nice job, nice class. Let's give all these young people a nice round of applause.
Your winners in Class 2 Dark OPB. First, Briley Henry, Kellisburg FFA. Second, Ryan Langston, Valley View FFA. Third, Chloe Hill, Kellisburg FFA. Fourth, Reagan Truitt, Kellisburg FFA. Fifth, Camille Buckaloo, Lindsay FFA. Sixth, Caitlin Harvey, Kellisburg FFA. We're now ready to judge Class 3 Dark OPB. We have 3 entries in the class. After this class, we'll choose our champion and reserve champion Dark OPB and move right into our Class 1 Berkshire. If you are in Class 1 Berkshire, please come to the holding pen. Class 1 Berkshire to the holding pen now. Class 1 Berkshire to the holding pen now. Class 1 Berkshire to the holding pen.
Nice class. I like all 3 of these individuals to represent their breed a great deal. I think they all combine a lot of really, really good things and good nice pieces. There's one though that, however, to me, she just is a combination gilt. She puts it all together. She's so fresh. She's so good in her texture to her skin and her hair. She's so well presented. She's tall shouldered. When you get right up on top of her, she's really good out of her blade and her back shape. Still square as she leaves you. I like the young lady spot gilt to win this class. I think it gets close in second. I was giving this young man, just asking him questions about if they started doing Herefords at San Antonio and all that, because I don't remember him being there. Just trying to have some conversation, relax the moment. This is a nice Hereford gilt. I mean, she's got bones, she's got body, she's sound, she's got a really good hip in her and hind leg in her. Nice gilt. I appreciate her a great deal. Good job, young man. Young lady's Poland gilt coming out 3. Here's another one, extremely well presented. She's got some ribs, she's got body, where we got to change her to compete with the other 2. Fix her in her hock to the ground, fix her hip ever so slightly. But all 3 of them are very high quality gilts. Let's give all 3 of them young people a nice round of applause.
Your winners in Class 3 Dark OPB. First, Kaylee Blevins, Valley View FFA. Second, Ethan Henry, Kellisburg FFA. Third, Josie Blevins, Valley View FFA. We'll now choose our champion and reserve champion Dark OPB, and then we'll begin our Berkshire classes. If you're in Class 1 Berkshire, you need to be in the holding pen now. Class 1 Berkshire to the holding pen.
Three nice representatives. I like all 3 of these gilts in their classes. I thought they represented their classes quite well. We get them out here. There are some differences maybe from a stoutness perspective, but I think there's also differences from a maturity perspective. I think some of them are pushing their end point, and I think one of them can still keep going. From that perspective, I love the extra stoutness and freshness and design and kind this young lady's heavyweight is. She will be my champion today. Good job, young lady. Although there is some size difference whenever we was talking that champion, I thought it was very, very close. There's another gilt out here that hit me good from a stoutness perspective, the kind she is. Really stout and square in her jaw, really good in her blade, heavy bone, got the right kind of look, the right speed. Young man with the blue shirt, your spot gilt, you're going to be reserved.
Your champion Dark OPB is Kaylee Blevins from Valley View FFA. Your reserve champion Dark OPB, Elliot Robar from Kellisburg FFA. We're now ready to begin the Berkshire classes. If you're in Class 1 Berkshire, your class is going in the ring now. Class 1 Berkshires is going in the ring now. Class 2 Berkshires, come to the holding pen. Class 2 Berkshires to the holding pen. Cody Wood from Valley View FFA. You're needed in Class 1 Berkshires. Last call, Cody Wood, Valley View FFA. Your class is in the ring. You need to be there. Class 2 Berkshires to the holding pen now. Class 2 Berkshires to the holding pen now.
Nice class. Let's give all these young people a nice job out here working hard, working together as a team, trying to make this thing happen. Nice class, and at the same time, I think we got a winner. I like this young man right here to win this class. Tall fronted, heavy bone, good looking, sound, the right kind. I like her to win. Young man's here in second is another one. Good job. Here in second, I love the design. I love the kind. Doesn't have quite as much true mass and muscle when you get right into him, but he's good on his feet and legs. Picks his front feet if I'm going to get real critical ever so slightly. But his look, his balance, when they pour the coals to that one's going to get real nice. Young man's gilt here in three. Good job, buddy. I love the presentation on this gilt. So fresh, so bold, so good down her top. Not as big at the ground, not as secure when you get right in behind her on her hind leg. Young lady coming out that was late to the party. I like this gilt a lot. She's got a good look, good design. She wants to get just a little more rigid in her top line. She never did just really get out here and relax. That's a high quality gilt. If she'll start consuming some feed, get where she's putting some pounds and some cover on, I could see that gilt certainly getting a lot better. I actually love a lot of things about this young man's gilt right here outside of her hair and skin. That is a tall-shouldered, heavy-boned one that just looks like you throw that thing on a full feeder. There's no telling how good that one can get, young man, with a little effort right there. I like your gilt a great deal. Next two coming out, I like those gilts. They're just not as square and secure when you get in her hock. They are still sound. I just got to square them up behind, give them just a little more freshness and appearance, and we can move them right out. Good job. Good job.
Your winners in Class 1, Berkshire. First, Colt York, Valley View FFA. Second, Race McLaughlin, Cooke County 4-H. Third, Jason Flightman, Valley View FFA. Fourth, Cody Wood, Valley View FFA. Fifth, Will Richardson, Era FFA. Sixth, Anna Herta, Gainesville FFA. Seventh, Joshua Zimmer from Cooke County 4-H. We're now judging Class 2 Berkshires. Class 2 Berkshires are in the ring. We have 8 entries in this class. If you're in Class 2 Berkshires, you need to be in the holding pen now. Your class is going in the ring. Class 3 Berkshires to the holding pen. Class 3 Berkshires to the holding pen. We encourage you to take your picture with your animal today so that you won't have to do it tomorrow during all the hustle and bustle of the sale. So please take your picture with your pig today. Class 3, Berkshires to the holding pen. Class 3, Berkshires to the holding pen. Class 1, Duroc, be getting ready. Class 1, Duroc, be getting ready.
Nice class, lots of different kinds. I like our class winner a great deal. Really good looking, really tall shouldered. I'm not here to classify him. He's probably got a little more on him from a color perspective than I would prefer, but that's not my job here today. My job is to use the pigs that I like. She's the one I like the best. Extremely well presented, extremely sound, really good looking, still square and shapely. I like that one a great deal. Young lady falls in the second. Just perhaps from a presentation standpoint, that's a very well presented gilt. That's tall shouldered. She's very secure on her feet and legs, and that's what ended up being her advantage. I had her at third for a little bit there, but she just, our gilt in third kind of quit me just a little bit. I do like her extra extension, her kind that we have over a pig in third. I would just open her up ever so slightly. That's where this gilt does have more power. She's just gassing on me, and she's wanting stab as she goes. I do like her extra stoutness, her extra blade, the muscle that she has. Here's another one. If I could just put more real shape into this younger man's gilt. I love her design. She is sounder than her gilt in third. She just doesn't read to me with enough true muscle with laid in her whenever I get in behind her blade. Young lady's gilt coming next does have that advantage. I love a lot of things about that one, but when I get in behind her, I just got to fix her hind leg. If I can make her square to the ground, not twist at her feet, she goes way up the line, but to me, that's something that I just can't bear with today. Coming out next, we got another young lady. She's got a very well-presented gilt. Not as stout in terms of her foot and bone work. She's got great freshness. She's got good blade shape. I just like to fix her to the ground, work her up, make her stout as as we get her in there. Coming out next, another young lady's got a good gilt here. Just got to freshen her up ever so slightly, open her up when we get in behind her, set her hind leg ever so slightly. But that's a tall-shouldered one. Young lady does a nice job with her. Young man's got one that's really stout. We got to freshen her up in her appearance. We got to give her more rib and body, change her rear leg ever so slightly. But that's an interesting clip job on a good, stout, rugged gilt. Let's give all these young people a nice round of applause.
Your winners in Class 2 Berkshire. First, Audrey Ratcliffe, Valley View FFA. Second, Paisley McCauley, Kellisburg FFA. Third, Liberty Kirk, Kellisburg FFA. Fourth, Garrett Sugart, Kellisburg FFA. Fifth, Paisley Graves, Cooke County 4-H. Sixth, Brinley Henry, Kellisburg FFA. Seventh, Riley Christensen, Valley View FFA. Eighth, Wade Shad, Cooke County 4-H. We're ready for Class 3 Berkshires. We have 3 entries. After this class, we'll choose the champion and reserve champion Berkshire and move right on into the Durocs. If you're in Duroc Class 1, please come to the holding pen now. Duroc Class 1 to the holding pen now.
Really nice way to end the Berkshires, and I think we got 2 exceptionally good individuals out here. Are they the same? No, they're a little bit different. And when we put our priorities, this isn't the breeding gilt show anymore. We're talking about market hogs. So we've got to start to put just a little more power hard shape and all that muscle back in them, and then still have them good looking, correct, and the right kind. And as we do that and we evaluate that, even though I love them both and I love them for different reasons, young lady in the black's going to have my class winner. That one just sheerly overpowers him, and when he comes right at him, she's got more width and power and dimension whenever you get right in behind her. I love her look. I love her kind. Very, very, very nice gilt to win this class. Young lady's gilt in second. I love so much about her. So good on her feet and legs. So heavy structured. She's just not as open when she comes right at me. She doesn't leave me quite as comfortable, but you talk about one that has got a lot of really, really cool pieces. I love her from a breeding gilt perspective, probably more so, but that's an extremely good gilt to be second. Young lady here in three's got a nice gilt. She run into two heaters on the top side of this deal. Just sound correct. No holes whatsoever. Nice job. Nice class. Let's give all these young people a nice round of applause.
Your winners in Class 3 Berkshire. First, Zoe Green, Callisburg FFA. Second, Haley Lawley, Cooke County 4-H. Third, Cassidy Doughty, Valley View FFA. We'll now choose our champion and reserve champion Berkshire. After this, we'll go right on into our Durocs for Class 1. So Class 1 Duroc should be in the holding pen now. Class 1 Duroc should be in the holding pen now.
Let's give all three of these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really, really high quality Berkshire show. Top end was extremely good. Lots of neat pieces and lots of good kind. We get them all out here, though, and we're looking for a champion. I mean, I realize that these things got different avenues that they're going to take, different places that they're maybe targeted for. Some of them perhaps are going to end it today, and so they're a little closer to 12 o'clock than others. But even beyond that, I think when you just talk about true power, true width, and spread whenever they come at you, this young lady's heavyweight. It's going to be hard to deny. I like her to be my champion. Good job. Still extremely competitive and extremely close, and it probably comes down to personal preference. You know, if you're ringside and you see it a different way, I got no issue with that. I think all of these got quality. I'd change them all ever so slightly in an area or two. I think it's extremely close, but as I just sat back and look at them, I get right on top of them. When I get right on top of them, I think there's one that's just a little pressure out of the blade, got a little more back shape. Love the look, love the kind. I think she's very, very similar to our champion, just not near as far along. Young lady's middleweight's going to be a reserve.
Your champion, Berkshire, goes to Zoe Green from Callisburg FFA. Your reserve champion, Berkshire, goes to Audrey Ratcliffe from Valley View FFA. We're now ready to start our Duroc show. Your Class 1 Durocs are going in the ring. If you're in Duroc Class 1, your class is going in the ring now. Class 2, Duroc to the holding pen. Class 2, Durocs to the holding pen.
as a judge, you know, you get into some classes and you get in some breeds where things, I like all these gilts. Do I love all of them? I don't know that. I mean, there's so many differences and so many kinds, and then you just got to decide which one you like the best. And from the ring side, I mean, I could see where you would disagree, and I got no issue with that. You know how they've been fed. You know how they've been presented. The gilt I like early on, I hate her attitude. I like the gilt as a young lady in the center of the ring. That's one that's still got power. She's got shape. Well, if she didn't act like an idiot and she's got her head up and she's going the way she can, her hock's still square to the ground, she's the best when you get right up on top of her. She's the densest. If she can play whenever we get out here for the champion drive, I don't know. I don't like her attitude at all, but I like the gilt. Young man in seconds kind of got the outlier that just kind of ran around the ring, and nobody's really paid him no attention, but that's a pretty doggone nice gilt. That one's heavy bone. That one's sound. She's squaring her hock. I'd elongate her up the head of her blade ever so slightly, but that's just a naturally presented gilt that could go, stayed functional, stayed sound. I like that about her. I like a lot of things about this little gilt. She's stout in her skull. She's tall-shouldered. She gets a little shorter stepping. She looks like a little harder doing one to me. I'd like to freshen her up ever so slightly, but I love some pieces about her. If she's just young and immature and she still keeps coming, that's a very, very nice red gilt. Same could be said for this gilt right here. Presentation off the charts. I love that about her. Tall shoulder, good looking. We got to get more rib, body, and flank in that one for her to move up in the class. Young lady does an awesome job with that one. Young lady coming out next does have one that has more rib, body, and shape. She gets a little quicker and earlier in her maturity. Gets a little bit thicker up over her neck. I'd like to make her bigger at the ground, bigger at her ankle, but I do appreciate the flexibility that gilt has. I just like to lighten her maturity. Love the front two-thirds of the white-footed gilt. Here's one that's stout, heavy bone. She's probably the most challenged whenever you get right in behind her. She's the least secure with her hock. Front two-thirds of that gilt are very, very good. Like I said, really stout, really opened up. Change that hind leg, and we move her up quite a bit. Good job, young man. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause. Good class.
Your winners in Class 1 Duroc. First, Honor Jones, Era FFA. Second, Eli Furman, Lindsay FFA. Third, Ashlyn Wandell, Callisburg FFA. Fourth, Kaylee Hill, Callisburg FFA. Fifth, Courtney Nance, Valley View FFA. Sixth, Brody Birch, Valley View FFA. We're now ready for Class 2 Duroc. Class 2 Duroc is going in the ring now. There are 8 entries in this class. Class 3 Durocs to the holding pen. Class 3 Durocs to the holding pen.
Nice class, lot of give and take. The one thing that I'm not giving and taking is our class winner. This one's the combination bearer. He's the one we're looking for in terms of soundness, feet, and legs. Still got the right look. Still got plenty of shape and muscle. Get in right behind him. His rear leg works the way it's supposed to. I'd change his head just ever so slightly. I don't know if it's the way his ears set on his head, but I love a lot of things about that one. Be the first to tell you the gilt that we're going to land second. I don't like her rear leg good enough. But that being said, I love everything else about her. That's a power hog. She's got shape. She's got muscle. Extremely well presented. Heavy bone. Her reach is plenty good with her rear leg. I just like to square her hock ever so slightly. And as we compare her then to our Gilton third, I love the extra tallness the Gilton third has. She is more secure on her hock, but she actually brings her hock in just ever so slightly. If we could power this one up, put more muscle and mass in that one, get her rear third to match her front 2/3, that one moves up the ladder quite a bit also. Young man's got a stout one coming here in 4. Thought this one's maturity red to be the earliest, but I love her heaviness and structure. I love her kind in terms of that stoutness. She's wanting to short step on us ever so slightly. If that one can get big enough and her maturity lets her, that's going to be a nice gilt down the road. Young lady coming out here next got one that, you can tell this gilt hadn't been out a whole lot, but that's just a good built gilt. The square, she's sound, she's got some body sound. Once we got to look at her, she just doesn't power up with some of the hogs ahead of her. The Speed Demon here, this one's a stout one. It's got some bone. This young man's done a good job chasing this one around the ring. Got to square his hind leg up ever so slightly. Love that extra density that he has. Love the extra heaviness and structure he has. Just got to square his hind leg up. Young lady's got another one. It's good built, good design. Need to open this one up, but just a little more product and muscle in her. But I really appreciate the soundness, the feet and legs that this one has. Just need more volume. Young man's got another one coming out here. Really good on his feet and legs. Really sound. Got a good look. Just need to freshen that one up. Get more groceries in that one where she'll bulk up and fit with the rest of these. Nice class, interesting pieces. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause.
Your winners in Class 2 Duroc. First, Remy McLaughlin, Cooke County 4-H. Second, Colton Robaugh, Callisburg FFA. Third, J.C. Thomas, Valley View FFA. Fourth, Jake Fisher, Callisburg FFA. Fifth, Laney Corey, Gainesville FFA. Sixth, Payson Wiley, Munster FFA. Seventh, Lindsay Zamora, Valley View FFA. Eighth, Brock Baugh, Cooke County 4-H. We're now ready to judge Class 3 Durocs. Class 3 Durocs are in the ring. At the conclusion of this class, we'll choose our champion and reserve champion Duroc. First call, Class 1 Hampshires. First call, Class 1 Hampshires. Class 1 Hampshires to the holding pen. Class 1 Hampshires to the holding pen.
Nice way to end up our Duroc show, and the young lady's big gilt here is going to win this class. One is extra good from the side, got a really good look, really well presented, get right on top of her, got plenty of shape and muscle, good on her feet and legs, flexible and sound, like that about her. Young lady's gilt here in second. I love this gilt from the side. When she gets her kind of slowed down and gets her kind of put back together, you know, I couldn't get maybe as good a read off her rear too. She's wanting to go so fast out here. I would change her reach just a little bit. Her hock's good. She's square. Just needs to reach out more, but there's a lot of good in that gilt right there. Young lady's got a nice, robust gilt here in 3. It's got plenty of shape and muscle. Maybe doesn't have the look from the side that we want. It's a little deeper in her head and neck and a little crestier. I like to stouten her up ever so slightly, but that's a good doing gilt that you can tell this young lady's done a nice job with this gilt as far as getting her to the pig show. Nice gilt. Same could be said for the 1 and 4. A big gilt that's performed well. I like to clean her up and extend her up to her front end. Maybe heavy her structure up ever so slightly. Appreciate the muscle she has. Just need to clean her up to her head and neck. Nice class. Let's give all these young people a nice round of applause as they take their pigs back.
Your winners in Class 3 Duroc. First, Lexi York, Valley View FFA. Second, Cassidy Doughty, Valley View FFA. Third, Sydney McFarland, Lindsay FFA. Fourth, Samantha Fisher, Lindsay FFA. We'll now choose our champion and reserve champion Duroc. Then we'll go right into the Hampshire classes. Hampshire Class 1 to the holding pen. Hampshire Class 1 to the holding pen.
Nice Red Hog show. Let's give all these young people a nice round of applause as they drive their class winners at you. You know, we could talk about all 3 of them. I think they're all extremely high quality. Are they all exactly the same? No, but they came at me, and this is the way that I seen them in the classes. I do love this lightweight. I think there's so much future in her. If her maturity lets her get to be bigger and more extended up to her front end, that one's got breeding piece written all over. If I was looking for a red gilt, that one would be really fun. I don't know that she can get out here today and compete with the 2 other ones we got out here, but there's a lot of good in that one. We get this bear and this big gilt out here, and I think they're both extremely similar in their terms of their build and their kind. They're both really good on their feet and legs. You get at a show like this, I don't know what's normal. Whenever I go to my county show, I kind of want the ones that look the part that day. I know, like I said earlier, some of these things got different places they're going to go, different end points, but it's kind of hard to deny this big gilt here today. She's going to be my champion. bring that second place out here, and she certainly jumps right in the mix. I love front 2/3 of her, like we talked to her in class. I'd like her to reach ever so slightly. She's got a little bit of an attitude herself, but her head, neck, the way she ties in her blade, her length of body, all that fits pretty good. Give her a little more range. I thought there was another one out here, even though he's considerably smaller than our champion. Very similar, very square, very sound, very fault-free. Just a nice hog. I like this young lady's Barra to be your reserve champion.
Your champion, Duroc, goes to Lexi York, Valley View FFA. Your reserve champion, Duroc, goes to Remy McLaughlin from Cooke County 4-H. We're now ready to start our Hampshire show. Hampshire Class 1 is getting ready to go in the ring. If you're in Hampshire Class 1, you should be in the holding area now. We have 9 in this class. Hampshire Class 1 to the holding pen now. Hampshire Class 1 to the holding pen. Your class is going in the ring now. If you're in Hampshire Class 1, your class is in the arena. You need to be in the holding area now. Hampshire Class 2 to the holding pen. Hampshire Class 2 to the holding pen. Hampshire Class 2 to to the holding pen.
Good class, different kinds. We got a lot of maturity differences in here. There's a lot of things that I like about a lot of them. But when you talk about the combination, one that's still got the right maturity, still got the right look, still comes with power, completeness, structural integrity. I like this young lady's bear to win this class. Young man is second. Got one that's really cool looking, really up-headed, tall-shouldered. She's not as robust when you get in her body, but she's sound, she's complete, she's very well presented, got good back shape in her. I'd just like to give her a little more flank, a little more rib to let her compete with our class winner. Same could be said for the young lady here in 3. Really cool looking. Really good design, really sound, really square. Need to open her up, give her just a little more fluff, but I do think that her maturity allows her that capability as she gets older, or if she gets older. And as we get into the class, young lady coming out here in 4, she's got just a real complete bear. Maybe doesn't blow you away in any area, but he's not messed up anywhere either. He's sound. He's got some body in him. He's got some shape. He's got some muscle. Just not as stout in his feet, or not as stout in his feet and legs as some of them ahead of him. Young lady's got a really cool looking one. I'd like to fix her jaw. She gets just a little too sissy headed for me. I would like to stouten her up, but she's well presented. She's cool looking. You can appreciate that about her, just stouten her up all the way through. Love the front 2/3 of this young lady coming out here next. Really good looking, really stout, heavy bone. We just got to get more spread when we get in behind her to allow her to compete as we get into class. If that one will thicken up and muscle up, I love the front 2/3 of her. Very nice job, young lady. As we get into this next pair, we got some that have more muscle, some more width and power. I just felt like their maturity was off from a quickness standpoint. I think they're reaching their end point as far as being done. To get more growth out of them, you're going to have to really hope and pray that they'll continue to do that. I'd fix feet and legs ever so slightly on the young ladies. He wants to twist at his feet. Those are 2 powerful hogs. I just wish they were at a bigger weight to have that much power. Young man's got another one here. It's really stout skulled, sound. Just need more rib, body, and belly, and change the rear leg on that one. Young man did a nice job with that one. Let's give all these young people a nice round of applause as they take their Hampshires back.
Your winners in Class 1 Hampshire. First, Haley Lawley, Cooke County 4-H. Second, Canyon Saville, Era FFA. Third, Hagen Beam, Kellisburg FFA. Fourth, Haley Yates, Valley View FFA. Fifth, Macy Savelle, Era FFA. Sixth, Peyton Ogletree, Gainesville FFA. Seventh, Jaden Wade, Kellisburg FFA. Eighth, Caden Waugh, Lindsay FFA. Ninth, Luke Warren, Munster FFA. We're now judging Class 2 Hampshire. Class 2 Hampshire is going in the ring now. We have 7 entries in this class. Class 2 Hampshires are going in the ring now. First call, Class 3 Hampshires. First call, Class 3 Hampshires. Don't forget to make a picture with your pig today. This will avoid a lot of hustle and bustle on sale day. So please make a picture with your pig today with the backdrop. Class 3 Hampshires to the makeup pen. Class 3 Hampshires to the makeup pen.
class of Hampshires brings a few more challenges to the table. Maybe not the ones that just maybe tie the most together. I did think our class winner, though, however, was the one that still had width and power and muscle. Wherever she went over in the corner, still heavy enough bones, still sound enough. I like the density that one has. I like the blade that she's got in her. Young lady in second just kind of kept working her way to the top as we came in. Just a stout, solid, good looking gilt's got back shape. She's not probably good enough on her feet and legs, but in this class, I definitely think she's plenty good there. Young lady's got the fast one here in third. Front 2/3 of this one extremely good. Tall shouldered, not enough product probably in that one, but the fact that he can run around this ring is what got him up to third, because he is good on his feet and legs. He is good looking. I'd like to just put more spread all the way through him. Young lady coming out here in 4, I asked her if she could ever get the head up on this one at home. She didn't lie to me. She said, no, sir, it doesn't really come up. And that's really what's hurting that one. When you get that one's head up, and it's in her skeleton, it's the way she's built, she's just not able to. She's too tight in her spine, because I do love the density that one has. I love the bulk that one has. We just got to redesign her skeleton to get her to move up any higher. Young lady's got a high cut ability one here, really cool looking. We got to get more fluff on that one, make her bigger at the ground, fix her lymph nodes ever so slightly, and I don't normally get on that. But on that one there, I mean, it just goes in hand with the fact that she needs more belly and body and flank in her. Lots of shape, lots of muscle, good looking. Young lady's got a really good built one here. Sound on her feet and legs. Just got to get more power and mass in that one to get her to compete. Man's got one here that I like a lot of things about this one. Just need to change his rear leg. Feet and legs are good from that standpoint, like square up the hog, freshen him up his appearance. Let's give all these young people in this class a nice round of applause.
Our winners in Class 2 Hampshire: first, Haley Yates, Valley View FFA; second, Jordan Johnson, Kellisburg FFA; third, Kaylee Blevins, Valley View FFA; fourth, Carson Duggar, Valley View FFA; fifth, Aiden Shad, Cooke County 4-H; sixth, Callie Sharp, Lindsay FFA; seventh, Brett Birch, Valley View FFA. We're now ready for Class 3 Hampshire. Class 3 Hampshire going in the ring now. You have 7 entries in Class 3 Hampshire. If you're showing in Class 3 Hampshire, you need to be in the holding area now. Class 4 Hampshire to the holding area. Class 4 Hampshire to the holding area. Class 4 Hampshire to the holding pen. Class 4 Hampshire to the holding pen. Class 4 Hampshire to the holding pen, please. Class 4 Hampshire to the holding pen. If you're in Class 4 Hampshire, you need to be in the holding area now.
Really, really good class. Let's give these three exhibitors a nice round of applause. All three of these gilts are extremely good. I like the one I got third, and I'm going to talk these other two, and we're going to go with it. When you talk about these two, I mean, they complement each other in an area or two, but at the same time, when you just put the combination of stoutness, ruggedness, feet and legs, soundness, still dense, still got bone, still got structure. I do like one's a little bit better, but I don't like it better after that. I like this young lady's gilt right here to win this class. Love the stoutness, love the bone, feet and legs are so good. Love the look the young man's gilt has. She's not as heavy structured. She is better when she comes at her chester. She's probably just a little sharper if you want to talk about that on her back shape. I thought it was very close. Where I saw a difference, she's almost too square in her hip. She wants to go east and west ever so slightly, but that's been very, very critical of an extremely good second place gilt. Love the gilt in third from a feet and leg standpoint. Heaviness of structure. She's the flattest when I get in her forerib. She's deep bodied. She's too flat when I get right out of her blade. I thought she had the least blade shape of those three, but those are three all high quality gilts that they should be extremely proud of. Young lady just got in a wasp nest here with the three ahead of her. Here's one that's got some muscle. She's got some volume. Wants to dip in her ham loin ever so slightly, wrinkle up. That's still a high quality gilt. It ran into some buzzsaws. Same with the young man here. Sound, functional, complete gilt. Just not as stout, not as opened up as some. Next one coming, you could say the same thing. Here's another one. Maybe this doesn't have that extra look and design that we're looking for. Still heavy bone, still has some muscle. Young lady does a nice job. Young man coming out here next. In the next place. Here's one that's sound. He's functional. He's complete. He's grown well. He's done well. Just need to give him more volume, more power, more muscle to compete with the rest of them. Nice class. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Your winners in Class 3 Hampshire. First, Remy McLaughlin, Cooke County 4-H. Second, Reed Lawley, Callisburg FFA. Third, Zoe Green, Callisburg FFA. Fourth, Casey Ford, Munster FFA. Fifth, Cade Cannon, Lindsay FFA. Sixth, Rory Boss, Gainesville FFA. Seventh, James Stobaugh, Munster FFA. We're now judging Class 4. Class 4 Hampshires are going in the ring now. If you are a first or second place winner in any of the Hampshire classes, you need to be coming to the holding pen now. So for Class 1, we need Haley Lawley and Canyon Savell. For Class 2, we need Haley Yates and Jordan Johnson. From Class 3, we need Remy McLaughlin and Reed Lawley. At the conclusion of Class 4, we'll choose our champion and reserve champion Hampshire. Yorkshire Class 1, be getting ready. Yorkshire Class 1, be getting ready. Please do not bring your Yorkshire to the ring yet. Haley Yates is your Class 2 winner. We need you in the holding pen now. Class 2 winner Haley Yates from Valley View FFA. Please bring your hog to the holding pen now.
good class, and I really like the top end of this pair. I think they're extremely close. I think they're both high quality hogs that have a lot of positives in it. I'm going to elect to use the young lady that's in the corner. I mean, that one is maxed out in terms of presentation, in terms of fitness, in terms of just bloom and volume. Wants to tuck and duck ever so slightly. I just wish I could change her just a little bit there, but I didn't feel like there was enough advantage in the young ladies in two to justify her not winning this class, because she is so good when you get right up on top of her. Nice gilt to win the class. Love a lot of things about this young lady's gilt right here. She's so flexible, so fluid in her skeleton. Not as massive when you get in her blade and get in behind her. She's got plenty of muscle. She wants to get just flatten out just a little bit on all four of her tires for me, but I do love the flexibility she has, the looseness of skeleton she has, the kind she is. Coming out in three, just a really good built one that's real complete, very well presented. Obviously just doesn't have the structure, the stoutness that we've got in the two ahead of them, but I love the kind that one is. Just got to make that one bigger to ground, bigger footed all the way through. Young man's got one here. It's got plenty of shape and muscle. Tweak her hind leg ever so slightly. Good job. Tweak her hind leg ever so slightly and just open her up so she can compete with the three ahead of her. Young man does a nice job coming out here. He's got one that's got plenty of volume, plenty of muscle, very well taken care of. Just need to change the rear leg on that one, give it a little more mass and power when she comes right at her. He comes right at me, but that's a nice bear. Young man does a nice job. Young lady's got a very good presented one. Comes out next. Hair and skin are spot on. Got to change that one from a structural standpoint. She's probably the least desirable whenever we compare her to the class off her rear two, but really good skin, hair. Young lady did a good job with her. Let's give all these kids in this last class of Hampshires a nice round of applause. Good job.
Your winners in Class 4 Hampshire. First, Haley Peterson, Era FFA. Second, Camden Crisp, Valley View FFA. Third, Audrey Ratcliffe, Valley View FFA. Fourth, Tanner Thomas, Valley View FFA. Fifth, Landon Manette, Valley View FFA. Sixth, Caitlin Buckaloo, Valley View FFA. We'll now choose the champion and reserve champion, Hampshire. Class 1 Yorkshires, be making your way to the holding pen now. Class 1 Yorkshires, be making your way to the holding pen now.
Let's give all four of these young people a nice round of applause. Nice class winners. I thought we had a really nice Hampshire show. I thought the top end was extremely good, all the way from our little bear here up to our heavyweight. Oh, lots of quality, lots of good things. I thought there was a class, though, that was pretty powerful, and I'm anxious to get that second place one out. I like the young ladies class 3 to win the Hampshire show. bring that second place one out, and she still doesn't disappoint me at all, and I think she gets right in here in the mix. Love the kind she is, her look, her extension up front. I'd change her ever so slightly as I talked in class going east and west, and I think it is close between her and another one, but I'd change that other one too. I'm not going to knock out, I'm not going to single trade judge one because she's so good in so many areas. I still like her second best. She's going to be my reserve.
Your champion, Hampshire, is Remy McLaughlin from Cooke County 4-H. Your reserve champion, Hampshire, is Reed Lawley from Callisburg FFA. We need Class 1 Yorkshires to the holding pen now. Class 1 Yorkshires to the holding pen now. Class 1 Yorkshires to the holding pen now. Class 1 Yorkshires to the holding pen now, please. If you left your phone in the restroom, it's at the concession stand for you to go identify. Class 1 Yorkshires are going in the ring now. Class 1 Yorkshires are going in the ring now. First call, Class 2 Yorkshire. First call, Class 2 Yorkshire. If you're in Class 1 Yorkshire, you need to be in the holding pen now. Your class is going in the ring. Class 2 Yorkshire to the holding pen. Class 2 Yorkshire to the holding pen. Class 3, be getting ready. Class 3 Yorkshire, be getting ready. Please get your picture made with your pig today so that you won't have to do it tomorrow on sale day. So before you leave today, please get your picture with your pig with the backdrop. Class 1 Yorkshire is being judged now. If you're in Class 1 Yorkshire, you need to be in the holding pen. All Class 2 Yorkshire should be in the holding pen. Class 2 Yorkshire should be in the holding pen. Class 2 Yorkshire to the holding pen. Class 2 Yorkshire to the holding pen, please. Please have your picture made with your pig with the backdrop before you leave today.
First class lightweight Yorkshires, we're going to elect to lead with the young lady there in the pink shirt. That's an extended bear that's tall-shouldered, extremely well presented. I'd change the angle. Test, there we go. I'd be the first to tell you I'd change him on his feet and legs. I'd relax him in his shoulder, but I love his freshness. I love the muscle. I think his advantages lie in the total amount of positives that he puts together. The young man's got one here in second that's just super sound, super complete. I think he has an advantage from that standpoint as far as his rear leg when you get in behind him. I'd like to freshen him up ever so slightly, but I could say the same thing about the one coming in 3. That 1 in 3 is really hairy and shaggy. We got to fix his hind leg ever so slightly, give him a little bit more rib and body and shape so that she can compete Young lady's got one in forward. It's extremely well presented. Just need more muscle in this one so he can, I love his look. We got to open him up, get a little more muscle, a little more spread. 5 and 6 are both stout hogs. They're a little earlier in their maturity, a little quicker. Let's give all these young people a nice round of applause as they take this Class 1 Yorkshire back.
A Class 1 Yorkshire. First place, J.C. Bison from Cooke County 4-H. Second, Isaac Furman, Lindsay FFA. Third, Leighton Weaver, Era FFA. Fourth, Emily Adams, Kellisburg FFA. Fifth, J.T. Marple, Era FFA. Sixth, Chevelle Newtons, Kellisburg FFA. We're now judging Class 2 Yorkshire. Class 2 Yorkshire's going in the ring. Class 3 Yorkshire needs to come to the holding pen. Class 3 Yorkshire to the holding pen. If you are missing a phone, please come to the announcer stand. If you're missing a phone, please come to the announcer stand. Class 3 Yorkshire to the holding pen. Class 3 Yorkshire to the holding pen, please. Cross, Class 1, be getting ready. Cross, Class 1, be getting ready.
I got 4 interesting individuals, and I'm going to tell you that I'm not going to be the first, and I get it ringside. If you look at my class winner, you say, well, he's got all that hair on him. He's not fresh. I get all that, but I've been doing this for a long time, and I know which kind I like to feed. I love that one's look. He's heavy boned, he's stout skulled, he's tall shouldered, he's perfectly sound on his feet and legs. He's just waiting for his day. Then we'll open up that Christmas present, get all that hair off of him, freshen him up. Very good pig to win this class. Young man in second's got one that's extremely heavy bone, extremely stout. I thought it got really close between these next three. I liked his extra stoutness. I liked his hip and hind leg better. I like that one to be second. Young man here in three has got one that I'd be the first to tell you she needs to be stouter. But she's so good built, she's so good made. She's a little vertically challenged, but I sure didn't think that was any reason to not get her in the third hole. And I'm sure this young man in four is going, well, I like my gilt better. I like some things about your gilt better. I agree, 100%. I like her stoutness. I like her blade. I don't like her hind leg. We got to fix it. She wants to tuck them up under, shortens up her hip. Nice class. Give all these young people a nice round of applause. Good job. So I'm going to ask.
Our winners in Class 2 Yorkshire, first place, Casey Ford, Munster FFA. Second, Nathan Hutchton, Lindsay FFA. Third, Jason Flightman, Valley View FFA. Fourth, Reed Lawley, Kellisburg FFA. We're now ready to judge Class 3 Yorkshires. Class 3 Yorkshires are going in the ring. Then we'll have our champion and reserve champion Yorkshire. Class 1 cross to the holding pen. Class 1 cross to the holding pen, please. Class 1 cross to the holding pen. Class 1 cross to the holding pen.
interesting class, and quite honestly doesn't really fit for me together in the way I want it to in my brain. But I don't know what the implications are as far as your sale order goes and all that. We didn't ever discuss that. So I'm going to take some time and I'm going to make sure that I do it the way I want to. And quite honestly, that's all that really matters in my opinion today. Young lady is going to win this class. I love this one from the side. He's tall-shouldered, he's sound, he's functional, he can get his head up, he's got extension. Is he opened up enough? Does he have enough product compared to another one or two? No, probably not. But I still think he's a combination in the class. Young lady got one here in second. It's very much similar. Wants to twist the right hawk ever so slightly. And from that perspective, the young lady here in three, this is the one I just kept wanting to get a read on. She can't get his head up. He's too tight in his spine. He's trying to short step, but he's got the body shape that I like. I just wish his design and pattern was better for us to move him up. If he could flex and go off his hind two, I could definitely win the class with him. Young man here in four's got the harshest bodied one. Just needs more freshness, needs more overall security off those rear two legs to move up in a class. Interesting class, tough one to put together. You see it how you want. Good class.
Your winners in Class 3 Yorkshire. First, Carson Duggar, Valley View FFA. Second, Brooklyn Ort, Valley View FFA. Third, Morgan Greer, Era FFA. Fourth, Joseph Fisher, Lindsay FFA. We're now ready to choose our champion and reserve champion Yorkshire.
Told you that last class had my head spinning a little bit. I was ready to move on, but we're not going to do that because we got a champion Yorkshire bear, and it's not close for me. Young ladies, bear right here in the middle of the class or ring. He wins, and he wins just for fun. Good job. As easy as I thought our champion was in that deal, we bring this second place out, and you compare her to these other two that we've got out here. Extra heavy boned, extra stout. I like her to be my reserve.
Your champion Yorkshire is Casey Ford from Munster FFA. Your reserve champion Yorkshire is Nathan Hutchton from Lindsay FFA. We're now ready to start our cross classes. So cross class 1 to the holding pen. Your class is going in the ring now. Cross class 1 to the holding pen. Your class is going in the ring now. Class 1 cross to the ring now. Class 1 cross to the ring now. Class 2 cross to the holding pen now. Class 2 cross to the holding pen now.
really good class and some interesting kinds on top. I love the extra maturity that the young man's got. As far as that down the road, I think that one's still got a long ways to go. Good looking, heavy bone, sound, square. Not as far along maybe, but at this stage and this age, that one there looks like he could give you all you want later on. I love a lot of things about the young lady here in 2. I'm afraid that one's starting to reach his end point. He's a little more ready at this stage than I'd like. He looks earlier and quicker in his maturity. Love him from the side. Love his stoutness, ruggedness. I just hope he's got enough gas in his tank to keep on going. Same could be said for 3, which was the black one. Young lady with the black one, you were 3. That's right.
We're sending everything back.
Okay. Oh, she's going back. All right, I'm with you. Young lady's black one here. I love some things about this one. Tall-shouldered, heavy bone, stout, just not messed up any. Nice pig to be 3. Young lady coming here with 4. She's got 1. So good looking, so square, so sound, just not as heavy structured as the ones ahead of her. Like to make him bigger in his ankle. Extremely well presented. Nice one there. Young man's blue one coming out next. Love the extra stoutness that one has. That one wants to get just a little bit, good job. It's just a little bit tighter in her top line, just a little crestier up through her head and neck. Extra bold, extra stout, good on her feet and legs. Young man does a nice job with that one. Young man's got one here, this hairy black one coming out next. Change the rear 2 on that one, and that one moves up the class as we go. Young lady's blue one coming out next. Bone, lots of muscle, lots of power. Just need to freshen her up in her appearance. Looks like maybe she had a reaction to the shavings. Just get that one to go, make her move. You'll do a good job later on down the road. Young lady coming next, same thing. I like the shape, I like the muscle your gilt has. Just need to get her to eat some groceries. Fluffy up, get fluffer, get more body, more rib, plenty of muscle, plenty of bone. Just need more groceries. Good job.
Your winners in Class 1 Cross. First, Reed Lawley, Callisburg FFA. Second, Remy McLaughlin, Cooke County 4-H. Third, Annalisa Williamson, Era FFA. Fourth, Molly Fisher, Callisburg FFA. Fifth, Audrey Ratcliffe, Valley View FFA. Sixth, Luke Ryder, Lindsay FFA. Seventh, Jake Fisher, Callisburg FFA. Eighth, Allie Richardson, Era FFA. Ninth, Jordan Johnson, Callisburg FFA. Class 2 Cross is now going in the ring. Class 2 Cross is now being judged. Class 3 Cross to the holding pen. Class 3 Cross to the holding pen, please. Class 3 cross to the holding pen. Class 3 cross to the holding pen, please.
Nice class. I like the top end. This young lady's drove 3 of these things at me, and they're all peas in a pod, so it's standing to reason if I like one of them, I'm probably going to like this one too. Sound, complete, functional, good design, right kind, got good width coming and going, good build, just not there yet, got plenty of time down the road, probably a little fuller than he needs to be today for me, but he's so better, much better balanced and so much more correct. I got no issues with him winning this class whatsoever. I like the head shaker, a good deal from the side, heavy bone, hairy, skulled. Her and 3, but both do the same thing for me. They're just a little too harsh in their build, harsh in their foreribs, but I love the extra bone that they have. I love the extension they have. We just got to fluff them up. I thought 2's advantages over 3 was in her hip. This one's got plenty of hiney on her. Need to mellow her out, fluffing her up, give her just a little bit more bloom. Like her stoutness, like her skull, just got to shape her differently, get her more fluff, get more volume on her. And if she'll do that with feed, then that one will be very good. Young man's got one that is better from that perspective. As far as he's got more fluff, got more tank. At the same time, that one gets just a little earlier and quicker in the maturity. She reads to me like she's at her end point. Next one coming, the bluegill. One is stout, heavy bone. Need to redesign her ever so slightly. I thought she had advantages over the rest of the ones behind her in class from a structural correctness standpoint. Nice gilt. Young lady's got one here that's heavy bone, just too raw. Got to change the angle to her shoulder, get more fluff and belly in her. Hopefully with her appetite will get better. She'll put on more pounds for her. Young lady's got one coming next that is got a good look to her. She's got a good skull in her. When we get right in, good job. We get right in behind her, we got to spread her, give her more dimension. Young man's black, tippy-toey bear. We just got to get him sounder. He is heavy bone. He's obviously got some pad issues going on. Young man brings out a black-headed one. Looks like he's probably been around longer than he needed to be. A little too short-bodied, wrong kind for me, but he does a nice job as far as showing him. Good job. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause.
Your results for Class 2 Cross. First, Haley Lawley, Cooke County 4-H. Second, Molly Fisher, Callisburg FFA. Third, Lexi York, Valley View FFA. Fourth, Ryan Langston, Valley View FFA. Fifth, Cannon Terry, Valley View FFA. Sixth, Allie Richardson, Era FFA. Seventh, Kyle Greer, Era FFA. Eighth, Will Richardson, Era FFA. Ninth, Atticus Brinkley, Valley View FFA. We're now judging Class 3 Cross. Class 3 Cross is now going in the ring. Class 4 Cross to the makeup area now. Class 4 Cross to the holding pen now. Class 4 Cross to the holding pen. Class 4 Cross to the holding pen, please. I have a set of keys that have been turned in at the announcer stand, so if you've lost a set of keys, please come by and see me.
Nice pair on top of this class, and I think it's close. I like the front 2/3 of the young man's barrow. That one's stout. He's boxy. He's got a good look from him. He's tall-shouldered. I like his hind leg good enough. I like the one in second hind leg better, but that's all I like about the one in second better as far as from that standpoint. I like the way the one in second uses her hind leg. Good job, young man. Better, but I just wish that one had just a little bit more width and power and true shape. I like the blade of our class winner better. I like the front 2/3 of him better. Young lady comes here with one in second. It's really stout. Probably not in as square when you get in behind her compared to the two ahead of her. Maybe not as fresh, but I thought her extra stoutness allowed her to be third and over the one in four, which I really like this one in four till I get right in behind her. We just got to square that rear leg, square that hock. Lots of shape, good job. Lots of muscle. Just got to make that one better. Behind Curly coming out here next. I was giving this boy a hard time, and he said, "Don't give me a hard time. That's not my pig." So we got that established, but that one there has actually got some pieces that are pretty good. Just got to get him fresh, get him on some feed, get him rolling, fix that hair coat, because that one is pretty stout and got pretty good bone. Young lady's polka dot coming out here next. Love the extra stoutness that one has. Maybe a little too quick in her maturity. Good job, young man. Little quicker in her maturity, not as big in her framework, freshen her up in her appearance, and I know that color's hard to keep fresh enough looking. Young man's got one here. I don't know if he got hurt while he's at the show. We just got to get that one to walk better off its rear too, acting like he wants to limp a little bit. But the young man does a good job out here working hard. Let's give all these young people a nice round of applause.
Your results in Class 3 Cross. First, Race McLaughlin, Cooke County 4-H. Second, Kaylee Hill, Kellisburg FFA. Third, Marty Yusko, Kellisburg FFA. Fourth, Cammie Thorson, Era FFA. Fifth, Sydney Wiley, Munster FFA. Sixth, Reagan Brinkley, Valley View FFA. Seventh, Anthony Shad, Cooke County 4-H. We're now judging Class 4 Cross. Class 4 Cross is going in the ring now. Class 5 cross to the makeup area now. Class 5 cross to the makeup area now. Class 5, cross to the holding pen. Class 5, cross to the holding pen, please.
Interesting class, and I'm sure there's lots of different opinions outside of the ring, and that's okay. I'm going to say one thing I don't like about my class winner, and that's probably about all I'm going to say. I wish she hadn't clipped her hair off. I would think that one there is so good, so terms of her build and her kind. She's sound, she's heavy bone, she's functional, she's not messed up anywhere. You get in her blade, she's got a good blade in her, you get behind her, that blade, and that carries down to her back shape. I just wish you hadn't took the hair off and make her look a little denser, a little shaggier. I like your gilt a great deal. Young man here in second's got one that's starting to give out on him a little bit, and I'll give him that. Heavy bone, good looking, from a stoutness perspective, big shape, wants to go east and west just a little bit. But that's a good gilt. As we compare her to the class, I think her extra stoutness allowed her to stay in second hole. The black gilt maybe is the outlier from ringside. That one there's one that you just got to study that one. That thing is heavy bone. She's sound. She's square. I'd give anything if she was just a little fresher. And maybe if you don't like looking at black ones, you're not going to like that one. But she's so comfortable in her skeleton. She's so heavy bone. I like that gilt a great deal. I wish she was just a little bit fresher in her appearance, as we have like this 1 in 4. Good job. This 1 in 4 is so fresh, so well presented. That is, in my opinion, that takes away from him, because to me he looks a little more counterfeit. He's not as stout in his jaw. He's not as big in his foot. He doesn't have as much true shape and muscle when you get into him. Presentation, unreal. Just need more of everything whenever you get into that one and break him down. Young man's got a nice, well-presented one coming next. Fix the rear leg on that one, and that one moves up. She's so good in terms of her front 2/3. Really attractive, really tall-fronted. Wants to twist and turn just a little bit on that right rear. Nice gilt. Coming out next is another one. Just a real good gilt from a perspective. Just got to stouten that one up as you compare him to the class. Needs to be a little bigger at the ground, bigger at his ankle, plenty of shape, plenty of muscle, right kind. Just got to make him stouter. Blue one comes out next. Is one that's fresh bodied. He's got plenty of bloom on him. Gets just a little softer on his feet. Wants to run downhill just a little more. Hair and skin's really good. Young man's worked hard from that perspective when you have a blue one. Just got to fix that one up through the head and neck. Fix him on his feet to move up any higher. Young man's got a hairy, dense one that's got lots of bone. Just got to freshen that one up in his appearance. Maybe for his age, he's probably a little past his prime. That's how I read him from a maturity standpoint. Good class. Interesting class. Lots of pieces. Give all these kids a nice round of applause.
Your results of Class 4 Cross. First place, Elliot Robar, Kellisburg FFA. Second, Cannon Crisp, Valley View FFA. Third, Landon Weaver, Era FFA. Fourth, Zoe Green, Kellisburg FFA. Fifth, Caden Buckaloo, Valley View FFA. Sixth, Casey Ford, Munster FFA. Seventh, Cale Peterson, Valley View FFA. Eighth, Zach Schilling, Munster FFA. We're now judging Class 5. Class 5 is now going in the ring. Class 6 to the holding pens. Class 6 to the holding pens. Class 6 cross to the holding pens, please. Class 6 cross to the holding pens, please. If you have a champion or reserve champion in the breeds, please be getting ready for the grand drive. I have a set of keys that was turned in at the announcer stand, so if you're missing your keys, please come see me. Class 6 cross needs to be in the holding pens now. If you have a champion, a reserve breed champion, you need to be getting ready for the grand drive.
Nice class, maybe not that one that just says here I am. And that being said, this white one that wins this class, heavy bone, plenty of shape, excellent presentation. I'd fix that right hock ever so slightly, but as we compare her to her contemporaries, I think this one overwhelms the class just in terms of stoutness, feet and legs, freshness, and structural balance. The young lady's bear here in second. I like the stoutness that one has. I like the look that he has. I wish he'd take just a little bit longer stride. Wish he was just a nickel fresher in his appearance, but that one's got a big blade in him. He's got a big back, big square hind leg in him. I like him to be second in this class. Next one coming out, the blue one there, just real complete. I just thought her rear leg and foot was better than the 1 in 4. I love a lot of things about this 1 in 4. From a design standpoint, she's got to be bigger footed. She's got to be wider based whenever we pull her apart, especially as she leaves us. But her silhouette is very good. I thought that ranked her into the 4th hole. The Calico coming out next is a big stout one that's got plenty of shape. Good job, young man. Got plenty of muscle. I just wish it balanced better. I wish her hind leg was a little better. She wants to tuck up under herself just a little bit. I'd deepen her inner flank, fix her in her crest ever so slightly, but extremely fresh, extremely well presented, plenty of volume, plenty of muscle. Probably could have took a little out of her and been better off. Next two coming out are pigs that are just sound, complete, maybe not as fresh, maybe not the totals that we get in some of the other ones ahead of them. Nice class, a little harder to put together, interesting class. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause.
Your results in Class 5. First, Lexi York, Valley View, FFA. Second, Tessa Lee, Lindsay, FFA. Third, Josie Blevins, Valley View, FFA. Fourth, Ryan Langston, Valley View, FFA. Fifth, Haley Peterson, Era, FFA. Sixth, Joseph Fisher, Lindsay, FFA. Seventh, William Mason Straub, Munster, FFA. We're now ready for our final class in the cross. This is Class 6. Class 6 cross. You're going in the ring now. At the conclusion of this class, we'll choose our champion and reserve champion cross. If you have a breed champion, you need to be coming to the holding pen now. If you have a breed or reserve breed champion, you need to be coming to the holding pen now. All right, we need to get our first and second place cross class champions back to the holding pen first. So we need Reed Lawley from Class 1 and Remy McGoughlin from Class 1. For Class 2, we need Haley Lawley and Molly Fisher. From Class 3, we need Race McGoughlin and Kaylee Hill. From Class 4, we need Elliot Robar and Kanan Crisp. At the conclusion of Class 6, we're going to have our champion and reserve champion cross. So from cross Class 1, we need Reed Lawley and Remy McGoughlin. From Class 2, we need Haley Lawley and Molly Fisher. From Class 3, we need Race McGoughlin and Kaylee Hill. From Class 4, we need Elliot Robar and Kanan Crisp. So at the conclusion of this cross, Class 6, we're going to choose the champion and reserve champion cross. If you have a breed champion or reserve breed champion in the market classes, you need to be standing by for the overall grand champion.
Nice class, and I think this top trio are all very competitive hogs that got a lot of good things to offer. I like the young ladies guild here to win this class. Great from the side, heavy bone, tall shouldered, stout skulled, good and square. I would freshen her just a little bit, but I think that's a very good built one that's deserving to win this class pretty handedly for me. I like the extra presentation we got on 2. Where I just can't get 2 over 1 is that she's either sore, hurt herself, she just won't go and just won't reach out and go. But really good bone, very well presented. She's the right kind. Everything about her I love. Just got to make her more secure in her movement, and then she could rival our class winner pretty handedly. Young man's got a really good one here in 3 from a muscle perspective. Big square back, shapely back, maybe not quite as stout as 1 and 2, maybe not quite as secure on her rear 2, but a very well presented one the young man does a nice job with. We got the 2 black ones coming out, 4 and 5. Good doing hogs that have obviously grown well for these 2 young men. Just need to change them from a structure standpoint to compete with some of these above young ladies there bringing up the class. Stout, just got to freshen him up in his appearance, lengthen his body just ever so slightly. Nice class. Give all these young people a nice round of applause.
Your results in Class 6. First place, Sydney McFarland, Lindsay FFA. Second, Stockton Bryson, Cooke County 4-H. Third, Hunter Cinnamon, Lindsay FFA. Fourth, Ryder Gann, Munster FFA. Fifth, Ryder Gann, Munster FFA. Sixth, Reagan Brinkley, Valley View FFA. We're now ready to choose our champion and reserve champion cross. If you have a champion and reserve champion in the breeds, you need to come to the holding pen, please. All right, from Class 1, we have Reed Lawley. From Class 2, we have Haley Lawley. From Class 3, we have Race McGoughlin. From Class 4, we have Elliot Robar. From Class 5, we have Lexi York. From Class 6, we have Sydney McFarland. As soon as we select the champion and reserve champion cross, then we'll go into our grand drive. We need all breed and reserve breed champions to be standing by for the grand drive. We need our champion and reserve champion breeds to come to the holding pen, please. So our champion light OPB is Liberty Kurt. Our reserve champion light OPB is Austin Christensen. Please come to the holding pen with your pigs. Your dark OPB, your champion is Kaylee Blevins. Your reserve champion is Elliot Robar. Please bring your dark OPBs to the holding pen. Your Berkshire, your champion is Zoe Green. Your reserve champion is Audrey Ratcliffe. Please bring your Berkshires to the holding pen. Your champion Duroc is Lexi York. Your reserve is Remy McLaughlin. Please bring your Durocs to the holding pen. Your Hampshire, your champion is Remy McLaughlin. Your reserve is Reed Lawley. Your Yorkshire, your champion is Casey Ford. Your reserve is Nathan Hutchinson.
Let's give all these crossbred exhibitors a nice round of applause. Interesting champion lineup, and I'm not going to tell you they all look the same, but I am going to tell you they were ones I liked in their respective classes, and then they come out here and as they fit. I've always been known as being a guy that maybe does some stuff off the wall every once in a while, and that's okay. I can live with it, because when it comes right down to it, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm the one that has to be happy with your decision. I realize we're at a county stock show, but we've got a lot of endpoints in this deal, and we've got a lot of different ways that you're going to go with them. And all I'm trying to do is put the positives together, put the most things that I like together. I think this class right here is wide open. I think there's several of these things that can win. I have no doubt that you probably have your favorite out here, and that's fine. We'll get them back out here whenever we get a chance, and we'll have us a grand drive, and we can talk about it a little bit more. But as you study study all these things from the little one all the way to the big one. We do have quality. We definitely have quality. We've got pigs that got muscle. We've got pigs that got shape. I don't know what you do with the one that I'm going to use. I don't know, but I'm going to use the one I like, and that's all I can do. I don't care how big he is. I like the lightweight for my champion.
We need Remy McGoughlin to the ring with her second place cross pig, please. Your champion cross will be Reed Lawley from Callisburg FFA. All breed and reserve breed market swine to the holding pen, please, for the grand drive. Exhibitors, please don't forget to have your picture made with your hogs before you leave today.
First rule in pig showing, always expect the unexpected. You never know, you might get a clown judge like me that jumps down and uses a good little one like that, because I did think that one was awfully good. His combination of bone structure, look, feet and legs, I just thought he powered over, even though he's small, I thought he powered over this crossbred division pretty handedly. And I thought it was very close whenever we bring out that second one. If you watch that class, I mean, that was a nice class. We talked about this one being just a little bit earlier in its maturity, and from that perspective, I don't know that that gets him in the hunt because I don't see the longevity like I saw on our champion. There was another one out here that hit me extremely hard. I'm not going to tell you she either is perfect. She wants to pinch ever so slightly in her ham loin, but her bone, her blade, her density, I'd pressure her up just a little bit. She's still my second favorite one. The young man's gilt right here in front of me is going to be reserved. Good job. Good job.
Your reserve champion cross is Elliot Robar from Callisburg FFA. We're now selecting the overall Grand Champion Market Hog and the Reserve Champion Market Hog. So we're going to need all the breed champions and reserve champions. Okay, for the overall grand champion, the dark OPB is represented by Caleb Levins from Valley View FFA. The light OPB is represented by Liberty Kurt from Callisburg FFA. The Yorkshire is represented by Casey Ford from Munster FFA. Your Berkshire is represented by Zoe Green from Callisburg FFA. Your Hampshire is represented by Remy McLaughlin from Cooke County 4-H. Your Duroc is represented by Lexi York from Valley View FFA. And your Cross is represented by Reed Lawley from Callisburg FFA. All reserve breed champions be on standby once the overall grand champion is selected.
Y'all shut them down for just 2 seconds. It's not going to take me long. Steady long, steady wrong. Hey, I just want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to come to Cooke County. It's always fun to do shows like this because I'm pretty sure before I walked in this barn, I probably don't know a single person here. I met Mike and I met his daughter and a few other fellas, and that's probably all I know. And I love that because I don't know these kids. I don't know anything about them. I do know that you've got a quality set of kids. You've got some kids that have been extremely respectful. They've done a great job. Presentation has been great. Showmanship's been great. You all should be proud of them. Let's give all these young people a nice round of applause. And as we go through the day and we reflect on our champions, I'm very happy with all the champions that we have out here. And I'm going to tell you that, you know, as you watch today, it's always fun as a judge. You see kids and you start to see the same kids. And you see the same kids and people around are probably thinking, well, them kids win everything. Well, there's probably a reason for that. And if you didn't like the results that you got today, then I'm going to tell you, you got 2 options. You can either quit or you can try to get better. That's your only 2 options. Or you can find a judge that likes your pigs better. That's an option. I've always told my kids that I've taught ag now for 20 or 29 years at Tuttle, and we've shown as many hogs as anybody. I tell them kids that if you did everything in your power from the moment you've had this project till the time you leave that ring, if you can say with 100% doubt that you did everything in your power to be successful, then it really doesn't matter what happens here. You walk out that gate, you hold your head high, you worked your butt off, you did everything in your power. Showing pigs isn't easy. Buying good pigs damn sure ain't easy. Buying pigs that stay good isn't easy. If you fed very many pigs at all, you know that it is hard to get them good. It is hard to get them to stay good. You got to go through several to get the ones you like. I know how expensive it is. I know how hard it is to be successful. You guys got a great show going on here. I'm extremely proud that I had the opportunity to be here. Hope that you respect what I did, in my opinion. If you don't, that's all right. You'll get an opportunity someday, perhaps also. Great show, great kids. I'm going to go select your grand champion.
Your grand champion market hog is Remy McGoughlin from Cooke County 4-H. We need Reed Dolly from Callisburg FFA with your reserve champion, Hampshire.
That champion hit me extremely good when she come in. I just like that one. I mean, I like her kind, I like her bulk, I like her build. I thought that reserve in that class was good also. I liked her look, I liked her kind. But I'm kind of one of them, if I'm going to jump off, I might as well jump all the way off. Crossbred's going to be a reserve grand.
Your reserve grand champion is Reed Lawley from Callisburg FFA. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to start back up with junior showmanship. So we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll start back up with junior showmanship. Junior showmanship is 13 and under. right, guys, in 10 minutes, we're going to start with junior showmanship. 10 minutes and we'll start with junior showmanship, so be getting ready. Please make sure that you get a picture with your pig with the backdrop before you leave today. Please make sure you get a picture with your pig with the backdrop before you leave today. We're going to start junior showmanship in about 3 minutes. Junior showmanship will start in about 3 minutes. So last call, junior showmanship. Last call, junior showmanship.
I'd say looking at the junior showmanship that the future of Cooke County is in good shape. My gosh, they just kept coming and coming and coming, and that's awesome. The fact that they want to get out here and show for showmanship, we'll have times at our county that this 4-5 will show back up. Because they're in their mind, they're thinking, well, I can't beat so-and-so, or I can't beat so-and-so. Showmanship's subjective. It started 5 months ago whenever you got your project, when you started training it, when you started working it, when you had to change the shavings on the daily, or you had to wash, or you had to work hair, and you had to work skin. I mean, all that stuff started long, long before here. This is just where you're showcasing your talents. And every man has an opinion and a different opinion when it comes to showmanship. Complete control, focus, just acting like you've been there before. And some of you, maybe this is your first show. So what you're going to take from this, you're going to take to the next show. And you're going to learn, and it's going to get easier and easier as you go. All of you all did an awesome job. I pinned back 6 that I want to work with again. We're going to let these go. I would like to point out 1 or 2. Young lady with a spot, you do a nice job. Your gilt's not acting real good for you, and part of that is a little bit self-induced. You're a little strong with that whip. You might want to ease up there. Young man with the big belted barrow, real calm. Always in a good spot. Just need to relax your body a little bit. You're a little too whip happy for me. You just got to slow that whip down. Young lady right here with this red gilt does a nice job. Real calm, real relaxed. Got lost in the crowd once or twice. Another young lady that I wanted to point out does a good job. Very calm, relaxed. Just got lost in the crowd. We're going to send these back. Give them all a nice round of applause. Good job. We'll work these other 6. Good job.
Don't forget to get a picture with your pig with the backdrop before you leave today. If you're showing in senior showmanship, you need to be in the holding pen now.
Give all these young people a nice round of applause. They're out here doing work. I'm not too sure to the extent how hard a guy you all expect a guy to work them or not work them. I'm just out here enjoying myself, having a good time talking to them. I'm not going to hold a lot of that against them. It's more that they are familiar with the project. Me and little guy, we know where we're going to get our ham sandwich from whenever the show's over. I think you've got a lot of potential. Your intensity level, maybe just focus on me just a little bit more, but you do an awesome, awesome job for your age. At the same time, young lady, I want you to relax just a little bit. You're almost too stone cold, and that's okay. You do a very, very, very good job. Young lady there does a nice job with her Duroc gilt. Maybe could be just a little bit more knowledgeable in an area or two, but I'm not going to hold that against them. Young lady over there, Calico, nice job. There again, it gets close. It's subjective. It's been a two-horse race for me, and I think it's extremely close. I think the pigs probably dictated the difference. I'm not one of them guys that just because somebody wins something, they can't win something else. If I think they're the best ones, they're going to win for me. Young lady right here is going to be your champion showman. Good job.
Your champion junior showman is Raymond McGoughlin. If you're showing in senior showmanship, you need to be in the holding pen now.
I just wanted to give them a good once over and make sure that I wasn't missing one that I thought I needed. I've got 7 pinned back. I'm going to work them again. Young lady with the Landrace or Chester Guild, you do a nice job. It kind of goes back to what I was talking about. Showmanship is not just your ability to show, in my opinion. Showmanship is all of it. And I just wish your gilt was a little fresher because you do such a good job. But that does concern me from an ag teacher's perspective. Young lady right here with the green brush. I'm all about you having a brush. I personally am a put your brush in your pocket where you can use that free hand kind of deal. That's not so much what got you beat. I just think you're in here with some heaters. You look young, like you got some time ahead of you. All of you did a nice job. I'm going to rework their 7. I know you all got fans out in the crowd that'll reach you on. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they go back. give all these young people a real good round of applause. They've done an awesome job. All you young kids could benefit from coming out here and watching this group that's out here right now. I mean, they're all exceptional showmen. They could show for me. Anytime you all want to move to Tuttle, Oklahoma, I'd be more than happy to have you, but you better hurry because you only got about 3 years left, because then I'll probably be out of there myself. But great set of kids, great show, really enjoyed it. I think it's a 2-horse race for me personally. I think all of you do awesome. Obviously, young lady, your pig didn't cooperate with you real good. Yours is giving you just a little fits. It's the little things. It's the small things. But I kind of just don't go by what we do in here. Like I said, I don't really hold it against you on the questions. But I have been watching all day long. I know what you kids have been doing as far as what you've been showing in class and how hard you've been working out here. I'll go out here and congratulate your winner. Thank you once again for having me. Let's give all these young people a real good round of applause.
Your champion senior showman is Haley Lawley. Guys, you need to check to see if you lost a set of keys. I had a set of keys that was turned in up here at the announcer stand, so check to see if you lost some keys.